Good morning to the 0 people watching me. Let's see. Let's see. Hey bro, how are we? Just started streaming. First message of the day, I received your message. Did you book the call? I sent you a link to on Instagram. I sent you a link to the so you can book a call for the coaching thing. Well, says you may realize I didn't really draw any more yesterday. So ready to cook at art per usual. I was thinking of the weekend, but I'm trying to figure out time at weekend where we be uninterrupted. Well, if we're gonna do it in the weekend, which um, if we're gonna do it in the weekend, I think it's better on Sunday because I am free on Sunday. Like it's better for me if you book it on Sunday because I think I'm gonna go out on Saturday. Yesterday I was a working wage slave. Oh man. Better question. What time suits you Sunday's deal? Yeah, just let me know. Just book it there and whatever time is in the schedule. Like I'm fine with it. Bro, I want to practice more here. I think most artists who are drawing faces from imagination, because when you're drawing faces from imagination, you need to focus on a lot of things, man. It's really a lot of things that have to be very particular and specific, like the hair, the expressions, things like the eyes, like how old the person is. Uh, I posted a small experiment on ArtShare. Uh, I can't see it right now because I don't have Discord open, but I'll see it later. I just don't do the usual OG Loomis method. Let's see. No, I also don't do the Loomis method. I think the Loomis method is a little overrated. Or to be fair, I do respect the Loomis method. It's that I just think people do it wrong. I just think people don't know how to do it. But it's kind of ironic because if you know how to do the Loomis method, you will realize that you don't need to do the Loomis method and you can just draw the head right away without any sort of guidelines. So it's a little crazy, right? It's a little Um, Let me see. I'm opening Discord here. I don't wanna. Man, it's just that this my computer is like pretty shit. If I open a lot of tabs at the same time, it's gonna have a stroke. I think people tweak it to their own understanding. You know, I think the issue is that people draw it without understanding. I think that's the huge issue with the Loomis method, that they think is a method for beginners. Bro, the Loomis method is not for beginners. And so, uh, looking at it here. So you're doing like this drawing here, right? Oh Jesus Christ! This is too big. This is too big. The thing is that, yeah, with the Loomis method, for example, people think that the Loomis method is for beginners, and so they kind of turn their brain off when it comes to the Loomis method, and they just replicate whatever they saw the Loomis method was about. So it seems logic, but they're kind of approaching it with a very mindless, like brain, like absent minded mentality. You get my point. They're not trying to understand why the guidelines of the Loomis method, of the Loomis like kind of building structure construction are there. It is important, but you realize you don't need them because ideally you're doing all this shit in your mind because using the Loomis method is very redundant. Hello, CP. I'm not gonna try to pronounce your name, so there's that. The other artist fucked. I already hate it. Let's have a look. Which other art? The foreshortened one. The one I pasted here. Let me close this. So yeah, today I wanna practice some hair. I wanna, well, it's a little tricky. It's just like haircuts. I guess it's just like memorizing haircuts and shit. Cheapy Doobie Doobie. That's his name. But I think people don't account for streamers pronouncing the names when they create them. Because I want to say hello to everyone, but I don't want to have a stroke whilst doing it. You get what I mean? Okay. So I'm gonna try. I don't know how I'm gonna do this because I'm gonna have to look at references for this in some fashion, because I'm not too much of a hairstylist. So I'm gonna need to look at like actual haircuts, I guess, to get myself some inspiration. So I don't draw like the same fucking haircut every single time. Because I guess the thing that there is the length mostly, and the bangs, and some like minor things like, okay, is the girl like putting the hair to the side or something. It's a dancing meme, cat meme song. Oh yeah, I remember. Oh yeah, that I'm stupid. Um. Anyways. Meanwhile, I do draw the same haircut but different variation. Yeah, kind of. I mean, it's not. Mm, it also depends, right? It also depends. This is where you need to become kind of. You need to use a lot of directing skills and logic when you're drawing a character, for example. And you're gonna give different haircuts depending on the type of person that you're drawing. For example, if you're drawing a schoolgirl, she's going to have the hair kind of like a ponytail, you know, because it's like I think it's just like the school kind of rules to have like a certain haircut. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm just making shit up. But you know, you get the point. It's like depending on the scenario, you're gonna have a different haircut. Uh, Maybe like if you're drawing a slut or something, you're gonna have like a messy hair. If you're drawing a um, fuck me, I don't know. If you're drawing someone, you need to think about it. What expression would that person be making and everything, depending on like the action. Hello, sideburns. And so yeah, for me that's the difficult part, right? Because maybe I'm too lazy or I'm just not used to maybe thinking too much before I draw. So I need to work on that. So let's do that. So damn, just fucking hard. Let's see. Mm, I think I'm gonna practice with some anatomy first because I haven't warmed up. Mm-hmm. Are you using spaced repetition? What does that mean? Coach, I'm gonna do my warm up and post it. Alright, man, good luck. Also, warming up here. I haven't. You know, I pretty much haven't drawn since yesterday, since the previous stream. Because I was working all day, I was posting. Wait, which I shouldn't do. I should be drawing more, even outside like the streams and everything. So it's not an excuse. So. like you work a certain area, like a body part, and with breaks in between, like on the same day, like like I'm studying something, taking a break. I don't understand. Like what I do whenever I'm studying like a body part is I I study it for like, well, probably not anymore because I actually got better at anatomy. Right. The point is of it is that you don't have to memorize it for. Eventually, you don't need to study it anymore, and it's all in your mind. But for me, I had to study it for like a few weeks or a few months, like maybe every body part. I had to study it for like a few months, and then it was like, okay, now I know what I'm doing. Breaks can be something unrelated or parallel. I mean, I would try to balance just like body parts. So again, for a few weeks, I would study the chest, then I would study the back, then I would study the abdomen. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I haven't been. Fuck, I haven't been following my own fucking advice that I always tell to people. That is to try to draw as much as possible with only one line. To like force yourself into a bit of a flow state, which is so good advice. It's such an amazing advice, but bro, I always forget to do it. It's like harder. It's easier, but it's hard at the same time. It's like hard because you need to be less perfectionist. Like if you're a perfectionist, it's going to be really difficult to detach from mistakes. I guess. Fuck. Is using Control C bad? Yes, it is bad, and I'm doing it a lot, so that's a little bit funny. You know, whenever you're using Control C, which is at least if you're gonna use it, it is important you know why you're using it. It is a bad habit, but the reason why you use it is because you're in a bad energy. It's not. This is why the kind of cure to this is to try to draw as much as you can with only one line. And what's gonna happen is that you'll realize you're overthinking less. Your drawings may are going to look a little bit more imperfect, but they're gonna look better energetically in some weird way. I don't know how to explain it. But yeah, I'm just warming up, so I'm fine with like this not being perfect or using a little bit of Control C because I'm still practicing specifically the energy. Right? It's kind of weird because it's a bit of an abstract thing that nobody really thinks about. But you realize, even though it's abstract, it's really important because it's the type of energy that will put you in a mindset of not caring about your mistakes and being more relaxed, being more spontaneous. And it's going to look. I'm giving you my absolute word. It's going to show. This energy is going to show in your drawings, and I can tell right away. It's like I can tell right away if in your drawing you Control C. I can just tell, bro. It's like an ability that I have. Like sometimes you do genuinely mess up, and it's not that bad. But when you start doing it compulsively, it becomes a bad habit. I watch one of your videos and you say you want to be the best. What does being the best mean to you? That is actually a good question. I think right now, at least right now, and this is really important because this may eventually change, of course. But my current goal would be like, dude, I want to be able to draw anything I want from imagination, like with full detail right off the bat without like using references. Because I think that's like such an amazing skill to have, being able to become like a such a spontaneous creator and storyteller by memorizing. Well, not by memorizing things, but at the same time, yes, you do have to memorize a lot of things, and it's just like a fun grind. So, wanting to be the best. Also, being the best for me also means being someone who, like, the person who draws the most. I want to be the person who draws the most. Like, look, if you think about it, it's like it's a little hard to measure how good someone is by the look of their drawing. Well, it's actually not hard. You can right away tell if a drawing sucks. But you get my point. It's like something you can actually measure and that is actually tangible and that it's free for everyone to do. It's up to like everyone's work ethic is to draw as much as they can. Is to give 100% of themselves. And if I'm able to do that, for me that's a win regardless of whether my art looks like shit or not. And obviously you're naturally going to improve if you do that, if you draw a lot. People like to say otherwise. People like to say, "Oh, but drawing more actually drawing more doesn't equal more improvement." But, honestly fuck those people because it does. It creates a lot of momentum. So, you should be drawing as much as you can. As much as you can throughout the day. And yeah. Coach warm up done. Nice, brother. Think I'm also well. I don't think I'm done warming up myself. I think I'm gonna be. I think I'm gonna be. Mm, 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 warming up a little bit more. The lines, my energy. What I'm warming up is my energy and being loose because I don't want to, you know, be in this energy of overthinking everything, especially since I'm streaming and people are watching. Sometimes that kind of puts you into like a bit of a more anxious, agitated energy, I guess. I don't know, but at least for me, and it's a little, you know. Would you consider yourself a professional artist? Well, I don't work. I have never worked with like studios or uh, anyone really. So I'm all by myself. And I guess I would consider myself a professional artist. I mean, in the end, I make a living from this, so I do it as a profession. Like this is my profession, and I love it. So I don't know if there's levels to professional because you can say there are professionals who draw like shit. Um, I think I improved a lot, very fast. I'm not saying I'm at the point where I want, but I absolutely will. Because sometimes the progression you be like, whoa, I'm improving so fast. In like the next year, I'm going to be so unfathomably good at drawing shit. It's crazy sometimes. Hello, Pentep. I remember you from yesterday. how good do you think you are compared to other artists? What are the artists you admire? I hate saying this shit in public, but to be fair, like, how are you comparing yourself? Like, when you're comparing to someone, I think this is a very important, like, sort of philosophical question here, because that may even help you when you're doing this. Look, when you're comparing yourself to someone, what exactly are you comparing? What metric are you comparing? If you compare yourself to Kim Jong Il, who is one of the artists that I admire the most, because you should always be looking up to, like, the people who are the best always. You shouldn't be looking up, and this may sound a little offensive, but you shouldn't looking up to people who are, like, mediocre. um or at least, like, you should always, well, I mean, you should be looking up to people who are so good that they actually make you feel insecure, because of the simple fact that your brain is going to understand. The more you feed your brain this art and this information, it's going to understand that this is humanly possible. You need to tell your brain, hey, it is possible to do this. It is possible to get this level, and you're brainwashing yourself in some way, right? So I'm not saying, yeah, only look at good artists and fuck the rest, because everyone has a lot to offer. I feel like I'm not at the level where I want yet. I'm not the best yet, but I feel like I have a lot to offer. That's why I'm making these videos. So what I was saying is that, yeah, you need to understand, okay, what metric am I comparing when it comes to other artists? What exactly am I doing differently, or what is this person better at doing? So when it comes to drawing from imagination specifically, I think it's just a matter of experience, and this is the tricky part, right? Because I haven't been drawing for a long time. I haven't been drawing for any longer than 2 years, year and a half. And usually the artists that I compare myself to have been drawing for decades. Like, all of them have been drawing for minimum 10 years. Maximum fucking 40, 50 years. You get my point. So in some ways, not fair to say, oh yeah, I'm always think I'm better than this artist, because naturally I compare myself to really good fucking people. However, the reason they are better, the reason why these people are objectively better, is because they have way more experience, they have way more time experience to understand things, to memorize. And by understanding things, I don't mean like abstract art fundamentals or anything. I actually mean, like, literally understanding the human body, understanding objects, perspective, everything. They have way more experience than me. So if it took me a few months to go from just not knowing the human body to being able to draw it from imagination, imagine somebody who's been drawing for 40 years. Of course they're gonna beat me because of experience. It's not about talent. It's about the inherent, just like the amount of time that you have been drawing, because it correlates. It's going to correlate. So the more you draw, the more time you have to consciously study things, and the more that's going to translate into your art. So it's not very fair to say, yeah, I'm better than this guy. Like, because you're better in what? I don't know. I guess you can compare yourself in a lot of ways, but I just don't want to say, yes, I'm better better than this random dude. It's like, it feels a little weird. But yes, still, I want to be the best. Like, I want to make the most out of all these years that I'm studying. I want to be the most productive, basically, and I want to draw for as much as I can. Master Gi has been drawing for at least 30 or 40 years. Yeah, that's what I mean. So when you have been looking at things for so long, you can't just assume that it's photographic memory. It's not going to be, oh yeah, you can just look at something once and you memorize it. is constantly looking at as many things as possible for years and years and years, and then collecting all that. So the way that I look at it, drawing many things, mileage, mental album of objects to memory to draw from imagination. Let me give you a little analogy that I sort of came up with a while ago that I think is very very accurate. So imagine the goal with drawing is storytelling and being able to like create scenarios with stuff that looks convincing and using the knowledge that you have on how things work. So we can compare drawing to directing like a stop motion movie. You've probably done one of those like stop motion projects in school or something that is just like a small film, and you're using toys and props and whatever shit you have in your house. So you have like you want to make the stop motion film. Now imagine when you're a beginner, you want to make the stop motion film, but you don't have any props. You don't have any toys or any characters that you can use as the subjects, and you don't have anything to like kind of build a story. And if we compare it to drawing, that is the equivalent of being a beginner and not having any visual library. So the equivalent of studying, the reason why we are studying anatomy and objects and guns and cars and all of these random items, is the equivalent of like acquiring props to create your stop motion movie, right? It's the equivalent of like, okay, I don't have any props, I don't have any characters. Let me get some. Let me, I don't know, buy or 3D print some objects so I can use them to create a movie and a scenario and everything. And the goal is to have as many props as possible so you can come up with whatever story you want. And the lifelong task should be to acquire as many of these props as possible, and eventually you're going to like be able to draw anything. Because when you get a prop, when the equivalent of studying something, you're not going to forget about it. You're not going to lose it. It's going to be there. You're always going to have it there. So that is amazing, and that is an amazing like way to see the whole thing, because it makes you understand the whole purpose of this, the goal of this, and what the actual experience of years of drawing for years is gonna where that's gonna take you, and what that's gonna do for you. It's like having a very clear idea of things. That's what you shouldn't be knowing. How often do you paint? Nowadays, super rarely. I rarely paint nowadays, so not too often. Do you follow Super Annie? Uh, yes, I think I follow them on Instagram, but I don't really. Honestly, I don't really watch too much. Like, if you look at my Instagram feed, everything is like black. I don't have any accounts showing in my Instagram feed, so I don't really follow anyone. I have everyone muted, so I don't have any like distractions. So I don't really actually follow anyone. But yeah, I do love Kim Jong Gi and all the Super Any artists. As you were speaking and that interrupted, cutting off your speech. What part do you want me to like? Where did you? Where did it cut off? Cut off? The part you spoke of previously, fuck me, but I've been speaking about a lot of shit. Like, what specifically? Uh, what's what part specifically? Because I was talking about seeing drawing as like collecting props for a stop motion movie film. Is your goal just to be good at it? Is there an area you want to specialize, like storyboards, concept art, illustration, etc.? Yeah, I would like to do comics. Like I just want to get better at like storytelling and like using everything to like create my, yeah, just create fun scenarios and stuff with it and just having fun. Brother, I have no clue. I did talk a lot about a lot of shit. I guess I was talking about, right. It's annoying that just get yourself an ad block. Just get yourself an ad block. I don't even make money from like the ads on YouTube. So just get yourself an ad block, bro. What I was saying about, oh Jesus, what I was saying about the stop motion thing is that when you are drawing, like the goal, the ultimate goal with drawing is to create your own movies with just like when you are doing like a stop motion film, it's the same thing. But if you don't have any props to make the stop motion film, you're not gonna be able to do the film. You get my point. So, for example, why haven't you started doing comics yet? Because I'm still practicing. I'm still kind of collecting props. Because you can have, if you only have one prop, you can only make so much out of that. You get my point. If you only have like, uh, imagine if you only have like a mannequin, like a toy of a person, you can only make that much with it. You can only make so much like of a story with it. Maybe you can like mess around with poses and everything, but it's like a little. You get the idea, right? And that your lifelong task as an artist should be on collecting as many props as possible, which is just studying things from imagination so you can remember them. One of them is human body. Comics would be sick. Was interested if you wanted something narrative focused. Yeah, yeah, but first you need to have the knowledge of what the thing you're drawing is. If you want to make a comic about car engines, but you haven't studied car engines, it's like the equivalent of I want to make a comic. Sorry, I want to make a stop motion film of about car engines, all about car engines, but I don't have one. I don't have a prop of a car engine. I need to 3D print it. I need to like buy one or figure it out. You know, you get my idea. It's like, I'm gonna try to draw here. No, I'm just gonna practice with more anatomy, man. I'm not very focused. A lot of best comic artists and mangakas started drawing mangas, comics without any knowledge of drawing. That is pretty. I mean, if you only have the knowledge that you need, well, you can just rely on references. That doesn't mean they weren't using any references and drawing everything from memory. Of course, they were using references. These professional artists, they use references for whatever the stuff they need, you know? So they draw based on that. But of course, aside from that, you need the skill of being good at coming up with storytelling and compositions, aside from like having the knowledge. Because one thing is like, okay, look, let's go back to the stop motion analogy. So imagine you want to make a stop motion film and you have the props. Okay, good, you have the props. You have the humans, you have the cars, you have guns. You can make a sick story just with those three things. Imagine you have guns, cars, guns. Tell me how many stories you can make along with only those three things. Now, if you have those props, but your storytelling skills are shit, if you can't come up with an interesting story, that is another skill. Like, that is a separate thing that you need to take care of, you know? And that is something that I particularly struggle with. But you need to be good at, like, putting everything together, you know? What I mean is to say it's better to start doing the kind of art you want to do instead of waiting for your fundamentals to be perfect. I'm doing the type of art that I want. I'm just leveling up at it. I mean, the actual reason why I'm not doing comics right now is because I'm not very good at doing them. Honestly, I'm not very good at doing them. This doesn't mean I'm bad at drawing. I mean, there are some people who are not very good at drawing, who are like complete beginners, and they have amazing storytelling skills, even though they're bad at drawing. You know, that's pretty good. I think you need to reach a certain stage to be able to do what you want in your vision. Yes, but you need to practice that separately. Even Japanese mangakas encourage people to create manga even if their art isn't great. Yeah, it's just that doing actual comics is a different skill from drawing. It is important, and it's something that, trust me, I'm practicing. But storytelling is a different skill. It's kind of like a different fundamental that is not even drawing related. So you can be a movie director and not knowing how to draw at all, not even liking drawing, and you can be good at storytelling, right? You can be good at writing books. You can be good at like coming up with ideas. Do you ever plan to learn writing? Maybe I need to do something like that. Maybe I need to get more into doing writing or like write down ideas and stuff like this. Mm, love the ambience. Thanks. Uh, do you mean the? Do you mean the room? I think it was better when I had the light turned on, but it kind of turned off by itself. Your drawing and carefree mindset inspire me to draw even more stuff. Nice, man. Really happy to hear that. Mm, I genuinely think the one line method that I spoke about is so it's underrated. It's actually great. Uh, How does a ponytail fit in a helmet? Like, they like girls have to like fucking like ponytail their hair, right? When they're ponytail their hair. You know, that's the type of stuff you need to look up. Should I ask ChatGPT? Okay, so they have the ponytail, but oh, it's usually coming from the back, or the helmet is too big that is covering it. Okay, it's important observations. So they should be longer. Okay, gotcha. Oh wait. How does it work? You should do a demonstration on of how you understand and memorize something. Do a subject you've never done before. Your next YouTube video. I've actually the way that you memorize something is very universal. So it's like the way that you memorize and remember the way a helmet works and the way it looks. It's the same way that or the same method used to memorize the human body. So it's not super different. It's basically the same thing. It's like you have the advantage that it's a very consistent method. And it's not difficult. It's not any difficult. I've done a lot of um, I've actually done some videos talking about that for anatomy specifically, but I don't like making those videos too much. So I just prefer showing people how to memorize things because me actually doing the process of memorizing something is kind of boring. It's like, look, imagine. Let me give you a comparison. Sorry, I minimized this. Okay, let me give you a comparison. Me memorizing or showing you how I memorize something is a little boring in some way. It's more simple and boring than it actually looks. It's not anything mystical. It's the equivalent of me making a video memorizing the lyrics of a song, right? It is a little a little plain, you know. It's not there's nothing too much going on, so it's a little boring, you know. So what I do instead is just like I mostly help people that when I'm coaching them in my mentorships because I think that's more personal, you know? It's not the same thing that I do a video saying, "Oh, here's how I memorize this." Instead of me telling you, "Hey, here's how you memorize this." It is different. Instead, I try to show you how to do it and how to remember it because again, it's just like people just don't understand and people are always expecting like a quick solution to everything and there is so much more context to only memorizing things. It's not only memorizing things that matter, because and I've done plenty of videos talking about how I study and how to memorize it, by the way. But specifically, studying things, the process, is kind of boring, honestly. It's, again, like memorizing the lyrics of a song is not particularly hard either. It's just a little weird to like do a video about it because, and I've done it. I wanted to do one, like I wanted to like start a series of videos of me memorizing things, but those videos are not super fun to make, and I don't think they're also super fun to watch because they were like the worst rated videos on my channel. They had like the least amount of views, and it's been really hard for me to make them because also, yeah, it's like, bro, it's like making a video memorizing a song, you know? It's not particularly exciting. Yes, I've done yes, but I have a video. Let me see if I can find it in case you want to see it. It's an actual long guide on how to memorize stuff. I've done it a while ago, but I still think it holds up to date. I still think it's like a uh, well, I can't find the video, but just look up Dart Luigi how to memorize things full guide, and it's gonna be there. I think memory works with dopamine because it helps your brain make a neural pathway. That's interesting. I honestly don't know. I don't think it's like that big of a thing. Whenever I am myself doing this memorizing stuff, I don't think of it as like a huge thing. Mm, but long study of a thing can still cement memory. You realize that, if I told you, hey, you gotta memorize an object as to draw it from imagination, how long do you think that's gonna take you? Because one may think, oh yeah, it's gonna take you a lot of time, maybe months. If you do it right, if you know how to do it, it's gonna take you days. Or even on the same day, you should be able to memorize something that you observed and never forgetting about it. Or, well, probably not never. You may forget about it if you don't draw it consistently, but you get my point. It's not long story, like long term. It's not like you need to do this for so long. Your brain can actually remember things very, very well in like short period of time. If you take the right observations and if you do it properly, you will be able to do it. I've done it, and I was able to memorize like fucking realistic guns in like the same day. Mm. What pose do I want here? Again, it's way easier when you're drawing everything with one line, but um, you need to kind of balance it with having intention and thinking about what you're drawing. So everything you draw is like this. Without lifting the pen from the tablet. And for some weird reason, this is gonna put you into like a more loose flow state. Fuck, fucking skill issue, man. I think the warm up is taking a little longer than expected. Do you have a video you would direct to someone that is new if they wanted to understand perspective? Uh, I don't think I should make more videos on perspective. I don't know. It's just a little boring, honestly. You don't need to fully train perspective like most people make you want to believe. Perspective is like very important, but it's not something that you should be super autistic about it. You should only be drawing boxes uh, for as long as you need, and that's the only thing that you need. Without thinking too hard about it, it's just like, okay, focus on drawing boxes for a while. Focus on the vanishing points. That's all you need to know. It's like you don't need to watch 100 tutorials on this. Well, yeah, I mean, you can watch any like basic perspective tutorial of like, oh, you draw a line, draw a point, and draw a box that's pointing towards that. That's all these people are gonna tell you, and that's all you need to know as well. It's not rocket science. So only like do this a lot, you're gonna be good at perspective, and eventually you're gonna be able to translate that into like objects and stuff. Okay. Okay. Hmm. You basically imagine a box around everything, right? I'm thinking about like I don't even do this consciously. Like it's not that I imagine a box around everything. It's that everything has the same guidelines as a box. But I don't need to imagine a box like the box itself, right? I don't know how to explain it, but it's like at the beginning when you are still kind of setting up your brain for this and seeing everything in perspective, you start seeing things in like hit boxes. Everything becomes like hit boxes, and you start to see how to connect things. For example, these glasses that I just gave to this character is following guidelines of a box. It's following the axis of the box. You get what I mean? Well, it's more like, it's actually more like this. Fuck. I just don't do this a lot, or I don't think about this a lot. But it wouldn't hurt you to do it. It is a healthy habit to do. You need to do this in your mind, but if you want to do it like I'm doing it here, like actually doing it, that's something you can do. But you don't need to, you know, necessarily do this. So basically, the lines and objects themselves are the guidelines. Yes, right. Absolutely, 10 points. Especially things like the eyebrows. They really follow like a lot of these guidelines, you know? Like, for example, when you're drawing the eyebrows, for example, this is why, for example, you see Kim Jong-gi starting with the eyebrows. You can start with the eyebrows like this. And just by starting with the eyebrows, you already know where the box is going to be and how the eye level is going to be. You know that it's going to be like this. That we're gonna be able to see the bottom here, because you know everything is being built from here. See what I mean? So like, wow. I'm excited. I'm very grateful that I have the opportunity to be here. You know, because even though I'm struggling, even though I'm struggling, I'm grateful that this is my job. I'm grateful that fuck it, even if I'm fumbling the whole thing, it's better than you're always going to have problems when it comes to the thing that you're doing, to whatever maybe your job. You're always going to be struggling or have stuff that you don't like or that feels uncomfortable. And bro, I'm so grateful this is the thing that that's making me uncomfortable in some way, that's like challenging my intellect right now, you know? Because I could be working on like a fucking call center and doing working with fucking rude customers or something, but I'm here instead having fun and learning and helping people out as well. I have to say this out loud because, bro, I need to like get back to this energy. I'm starting to recognize all these times when I'm stiff and I'm not letting loose on my ideas without having this fear of messing up. Yeah, you're lucky. Not everyone can make a living of art. Bro, sorry, I need to make a pause on this because let me tell you something. Let me tell you something here. Everyone can make a living of art. Everyone. And if there is one person who is the clear example of this, it is myself. I was born in a third world country. I was born in Venezuela, where things are like fucking dictatorship, poverty, uh, and I had to fucking move. I started drawing there. I started making art there, and nourishing my habits and my development for the stuff that I'm currently doing. And I'm not talented, bro. I didn't start as like a, you know, I didn't start talented or anything. I didn't have an advantage at all. I started like doing shitty, actual shitty looking drawings that I don't even want to show because they're too embarrassing, you know. But I started like that, and I was like, okay, you can actually improve at this. Everyone can post videos. It's not like I'm the only one, or I'm the one of the few selected people who can start posting on YouTube. Maybe I'm one of the few who wants it bad enough, but that doesn't mean that nobody else can do it, and it's only me and a few other people. No, fuck no. I want you to start posting content. I want you to start, also doing the same thing um, and everything. What I'm saying is that it's not easy for me to be here. It's not easy because I'm scared. I have a lot of fucking insecurities. And I would prefer not showing my work to people honestly because I'm very insecure honestly. I always say this. I'm not uh this is not easy for me. This takes discipline for me to put myself out there, you know? But I'm still doing it because it is necessary not only for me but for other people because in the end I'm helping them as well. I'm back. Hello, bro. It's nice to see you again. Just ranting a little about life again, like yesterday. So we're talking about taking responsibilities, which is important, right? I'm here taking responsibilities, and right now I'm taking responsibilities of not only the good things, like oh yeah, I got good at art because I put in the work, but also because I'm here, I'm messing up a lot, and I'm embarrassed that people see me mess up and make mistakes. And I'm taking responsibility because this is the life I signed up for. This is the consequence of the actions I took, and I'm fine with this. I accept it because it's my fault. It's my responsibility to take action on this. How old are you? I'm currently 19 years old. I just turned 19. 19, I think. No, I'm just kidding. There's seriously some people who don't know how old they are. Like my brother, I'm asking him. No, he's asking me. Oh, how old how old am I? Like it's my birthday. I don't know how old I am. I think your drawings are good. Your trash is my treasure. No, I also think my drawings are good. Well, of course, you're never really at the point where you want. It's not that I think my drawings are like necessarily trash, but it is important, regardless of anything, to always be in some level of discomfort or dissatisfaction with the current point you're in. You never want to be fully satisfied with your work. Never. Unless you want to stop making progress at all. Honestly, I'm telling you the truth. It may seem like pretty unhealthy, but you never want to be happy enough with your art. You always want to be dissatisfied because that's when progress starts to come. Why don't you post on X? That is actually that is actually a good question. I have no idea, honestly. It's not a bad idea to start posting on X. I think I can post my reels there, like the videos that I make for Instagram. I think I can post it there, or yeah, the actual drawings, whatever. It may seem nice. I agree heavily with you, Luigi. I'm in high school developing life skills and mindsets, discipline, taking action, and actual skills. Jesus Christ, man. Really, really nice. You're in high school and already being responsible for your life. You gotta understand that most people, most grown adults, are not even responsible for their own life. You ask them, the average person is obese, is overweight. You ask those type of people, like adults, fucking like 50, 40 year olds. You ask them, oh, why are you fat? Why are you unhappy? Why are you not in the point where you want? And they ask you, oh, they tell you, oh, it's because life. Oh, it's because I went through the divorce. Oh, it's because I got married and I started getting fat or some shit. You know, they never take accountability, responsibility for their actions. That is just America. Man, I live in South America, like the opposite, like the poor side of the continent, where people are poor and they eat like shit. The It's pretty much like the United States, where everyone is fat. Everyone here is fat. I'm living in fucking Colombia, but everyone here is fat as well. And it's just that, yeah, okay, we can say it's just America, but it's that makes it even worse. And they will end up blaming the foods or the country, whatever, except themselves, because nobody takes responsibility for their actions and stuff that they do, and their fault for the life they are living. Illiteracy is everywhere. I think it's a global problem. Yeah, it's just pretty much ignorance and, yeah, just lack of accountability. It's just a lack of saying, yes, I fucked up. It's my fault. This is not something like this just inherent of the United States. This happens everywhere. And it's so sad. But I mean, in some way, this is some form. I see this as some form of natural selection. Genuinely, because in the end, it's just like the people who want it bad enough, the people who are strong enough to make themselves responsible for their own shit, is the people who are going to grow. Because it's hard. If it was easy, everyone would do it, and it wouldn't be worth it. Because what's the purpose? Like, if everyone can do it, then what's the point? You know. True, I live in Turkey and draw with a mouse. If you want to improve, you can. Nothing is stopping you. Nice, man. Yeah, I really respect that. But, bro, why with a mouse? Like, if I prefer 100 times you draw with a pen or with a pencil or something. But why with a mouse? That's like excruciating. That is insane. I couldn't do that. Like, of course, I can do that. I've done it. I've drawn with a mouse. You know, it's not impossible. But it's just excruciating if you have a pen. It's like cheaper than a mouse. A pen and a piece of paper. Uh, uh, okay. Nah, it becomes easy treacherous. Oh Jesus. I don't know what would be worse. Painting with a mouse or drawing with a mouse. I don't know what would be more painful. I think painting with a mouse would be more painful because you don't have opacity. Oh well, no. To be fair, I think drawing with a mouse would be more complicated. But to be fair, I mean, I know for a fact you can do good looking stuff with a mouse because my philosophy is that the lines that you make when you're drawing don't really matter. You know, as long as you can make a box, you can make anything you want. As long as you can draw a box. I'm currently drawing with the mouse, so as long as you can draw a box like this, you can do anything. So you can draw with your left hand, you can draw with your fucking foot if you want, as long as you're able to do this. Now, uh, it is just more painful. You can do it, but you shouldn't do it. Like just because you can doesn't mean that you should. You get what I mean? But yeah, I mean, nice. I still respect it a lot. Do you read books? Yes, I like reading books. Lately, I haven't been reading too many books because I have been way more. I have been really busy with like my work. But I love reading books. The last book that I was reading, well, throughout the week, is called The Compound Effect. It actually gave me a lot of ideas for drawing and like productivity. So I have been reading this book called The Compound Effect. It's kind of like Atomic Habits. It's a self improvement book. I've also I've also read The Way of the Superior Man. What other book like that? I have all my books here. The Compound Effect. Yeah, self help. I don't really read too many books on like sci-fi or like entertainment. You know, like most people do. Books on spirituality, storytelling. I've been reading books like this on the mind. I'm reading one called The Expectation Effect. Well, I'm not currently reading it. Oh, the Ryan Holiday books, the Stoic ones. Also, diet books sometimes, but not so much nowadays. But like on nutrition. I'm EP. Let me move this out of the way. That just. Yo, what's up? How are we? What have you drawn so far today? Not a lot, honestly. I haven't been drawing so much. Actually, I didn't draw pretty much since the last live stream. But I did some like warm ups here. Some bodies. And I'm just like trying to come up with ideas with fun shit to draw because my bleh, I'm not very good at that, so I need to practice that. Girls' shoulders are usually not this defined, right? Or this that's my alarm. I'm trying to find what is wrong with this? Why is this not responding the way I want? Wanna try drawing hands today? Yeah, sure. I wanted to like draw more like full actual things. I don't think I've drawn this too many poses from this angle. I'm actually kind of struggling a bit. Let me think this very well. Let me just practice this, right? Let's be patient here. So, You can simplify the base of the hand as a box. Yeah, that's what I do for the mannequins. When you understand how the hand works, it's not like the structure of the hand. It's not hard to draw. But look, the important thing is not simplifying it. The important thing is simplifying it whilst understanding the proportions. Otherwise, it's going to look like shit. Because you can simplify it in a box, but if you draw the box like this, it's gonna look off, you know? So you need to draw the proper proportions. You need to look at your actual palm and be like, oh, okay. It should be like this. I don't even draw the fingers when I'm drawing the mannequins because it's... Well, sometimes I do. Yeah, you can draw the fingers as fries or whatever. Well, not so much fries, but like mostly whatever shape that you want, even if it's very ugly. As long as you draw it with proper perspective. Oh no, my computer is lagging. Put your stream in picture picture? What do you mean? Oh, I'm going to be drawing more today than comment, but I'm watching. Yeah, you should be drawing more. I don't think you can ever draw too much. Yeah, you guys see that. And I'm locking in as well. Picture in picture is like making. Yeah, I know what it is. But you said put your stream in picture, and I thought you were telling me to do that. And I was like, what? What do you mean? Mm-mm-mm. Wow, this is really lagging. Uh, I swear, drawing with one line, like the thing I always say, is really good. Like whenever I'm not doing it, I draw worse, and whenever I remember to do it, I draw better. I'm gonna fucking die on this hill. I think it's really good. I think I'm onto something, even if it's not very scientific. Today I'm taking my time because I haven't. I don't know. Today I'm not quite feeling it, but you know, it's times like this, bro, when you feel like drawing the least. This is when you need to be drawing the most. It's not when you feel like it that you should be drawing. It's when, well, to be fair, yes. When you feel like drawing and you're having fun, you should be drawing a lot. But when you're not having fun, or well, I'm having fun to be honest. But when you're not like kind of feeling it, and you feel tired. When you're not in the flow state, you should still kind of push through. You should still make that effort. 100%. Fuck. By the way, I gave the hand suggestion because I'm drawing one. Also, remember yesterday I was saying everything I was drawing was feeling wrong. Today I'm back to normal magically. Maybe I just needed some sleep. Yeah, man, I think it's just like the. Again, this weird abstract thing of like sometimes you get more. You feel more anxious, you get more anxiety. You feel like you need to go do something before drawing. You are overthinking too much, and that's like affecting your flow state. I think it absolutely will. Hmm. Uh, uh, hmm. So, for example, today I'm not quite feeling it. I feel like I'm a bit in of an overthinking energy, but it's okay. It's okay because it's important to. It's really important to push through those stages of not feeling like doing the thing. The more I learn anatomy and draw things, the more I realize how weird and asymmetrical our body is. You're right. The examples of the joints of our fingers are diagonal instead of just perfectly vertical, at least with the skin applied. And like most of our bones are kind of diagonal in a way, for example, the feet. Yeah, that's why a little. That's why it's just hard to turn that into boxes, and you need to make the transition of the mannequins. To be honest. I have been doing such a shitty job at doing the one line thing. Ah, fuck you. Nah, you're right. But again, it's just like you gotta learn why you're. If you feel like you're messing up a lot, you need to understand. You It's like, why is your energy kind of like dysregulated, and you need to do some work that allows you to be more relaxed. I guess I just woke up a little bit agitated because I didn't draw much yesterday, and I was like a little stressed out. Yes, but it's not erasing the. It's not just pressing the bottom says like a habit, which is it is a bad habit. But again, you gotta understand why. You gotta understand that more than a habit, it's just like a symptom of not being in like a loose energy, and actually focusing on having fun instead of trying to make everything super perfect. Because maybe you're too afraid of making mistakes. It happens. By the way, I finally using a different chair, and this one makes me have good posture, and the perfect 90 degrees view for the monitor. So goodbye to back hurting and shrimp posture. I used to be using my like the chair from my kitchen because my other one I literally gave it away. I don't know why. I have no idea why. I think my brother stole it from me. The gaming chair that I had. And eventually I was like, fuck it. Like eventually it broke. Eventually I was on the fucking chair, which is like a basic like kitchen chair. It's like one of those doesn't have even like an armrest or like a, you know, it was not the worst. But I was like, fuck it. It ended up breaking like pretty badly. So I was like, okay, I need to buy a real chair, and I got myself this one. It was fairly cheap. This one that I have here. Do you think video games can be an inspiration for creating art, or is gaming mostly distraction? That is a very good question that I have been asking myself a lot. Because look, at the end of the day, the more that you observe things and get inspiration, that is pretty good. And I've actually starting to understand how important inspiration is right now for drawing from imagination and coming up with actual ideas. They really are ways of getting inspiration, but I think gaming is particularly destructive because it messes with your dopamine. Maybe there are some video games. I'm gonna tell you the truth. Maybe there are some video games who are like pretty okay. They are not as destructive. That may be like actually fun, but not in a dopamine like gambling way. You get what I mean, right? It's not like you're playing fucking. If you're playing like video games that are made to be addicted and to hook you, like Call of Duty, Fortnite, like fucking multiplayer shooters that are like full of gambling, microtransactions, and like all of this random crap. It's not made from love. It's not made from a place of like I want to make a piece of art. It's made from a place of like let's make this shit addictive and boom. Like fucking I don't know Roblox. Like it's just a brain rot. Yeah, League of Legends, all of that bullshit. If you get addicted to that, and you're like, oh, inspiration, inspiration, yes, yeah, yeah, bro. You are surely playing Call of Duty 7 hours a day to get inspiration. I really, that is obviously cope. And for me, I'm the type of person who can't even play video games at all because I'm gonna get addicted right away. I really hate drawing the arm from that angle you're drawing, talking about the farthest away. I just hate drawing the. I just hate drawing all the body from this side view. Is just pretty annoying. But whatever. Let's move on. It's like yeah, fuck it, fuck this pose, fuck everything. I think that video games are mainly made out to be stimulating. However, I do think that League of Legends has a beautiful splash art and etc. I mean, games can have pretty good art and shit, but that doesn't mean like when I think of video games being inspiration, so for example, I think of story and the actual ambience and everything. I don't think of like only the artwork because okay, if the artwork is good, you can just look up the fucking artwork without having to play 8 hours a day of the fucking game. You get my point, right? I'm not crazy for thinking this. But it's different when it's more of like a movie. Maybe if you're playing like I don't know Mass Effect or some video game with like a pretty developed story that is actually interesting and made with love. Now things change a little bit. I still would be reluctant to indulge too much in those things because I get very addicted. Although to be fair, I don't really get too addicted to those type of video games, honestly. I'm not the one who gets the type of who gets addicted to like story video games, but I still feel like it's a little bit of a waste of time. However, if you are wanting to, like, for example, if you want to play a video game in something that you are really interested in, for example, if you want to play Mass Effects, and I don't even know what the game is about, but if you want to study aliens or come up with ideas for aliens and like something similar of a vision, then you can do it. For example, Call of Duty is just slop and cash grab. Yeah, absolutely. I do agree. And even if it isn't, it's just like an arcade. If you're playing, bro, you're not playing an arcade game for fucking inspiration. Don't lie to us and to yourself. I think Red Dead Redemption is, yes, like games like that who have like actual a story to tell and actual things to that make the fucking thing valuable. You get my point. It's not just like slop. Like you steal a brain rot in fucking Roblox. You get, it's not. There is a lot of context to all of this. I would go with Skyrim. Man, that game, I just love the music, the environment. Yeah, I used to play Skyrim as a when I was younger with my brother. Yeah, it is like games like that. At the very, like, if you are actually looking to come up with things like stories and everything, specifically stories and well, yeah, storytelling and ideas, I think that would be a nice way of getting inspiration, of being able to see things that usually you wouldn't have came up with otherwise, because sometimes you do need to look at sources that are a little bit hidden in some way. They're a little bit obscure, that will provide way more ideas of things you don't usually see in real life, like robots or this or that. The new game. What was the name of this video game? The new one that came out, I think, with the robot and the little girl. I didn't see much of that game, but like it seemed like the whole atmosphere was like, Jesus, this it seems like it has a nice story to tell. It seems like it's like pretty solid. I could get a lot of inspiration from this, but at the same time, you're using a lot of your time. I mean, I guess if you are at a really good point in your art, where it's like, okay, you're consciously studying things from this mediums, from this media that give you inspiration, I guess it's actually worth it. But I get that very few people are actually able to say, yes, I'm watching this not because I'm coping, but because I'm actually getting inspiration. I think very few people can actually say that, because very few people are at the point where they can actually get inspired by those things. When it comes to drawing, of course, when it comes to like artists like you and me, I think very few people. I don't even think I can say right now that I can look at those things for inspiration, at those mediums for inspiration. I don't think I'm even at that stage yet myself, so I wouldn't advocate for that. Ah, Jesus Christ. If I play a game with a great story, there is a voice in the back of my head saying you could draw instead of wasting time. It's the same thing for me, yes. Absolutely, if I start playing like a video game, even if it has a good story, I would think the same thing. But I guess if you, like, in a few years when I'm better, I'm gonna be like, oh, I think it's actually becoming productive to, maybe not video games, maybe video games are too much, but maybe like movies or some like creative things from other people, like media from other people. I guess it could be something worth looking into in the future, I guess. Then that is mostly to do with priorities. Does that mean the game hold any significance to you? Because, for example, if you're choosing a day to rest from drawing, there's no way that playing a game with great story will make you think you are wasting time. But why would you want to take a break from drawing? I mean, you should do. I think you can do both in the end. If eventually you become rich enough that you don't need to work anymore and you can just dedicate yourself to art full time, I think you can actually consume some media that may help you nourish your creativity, you know? I think it is possible, just not right now. I mean, it depends, honestly. I think you should have very extreme seasons. I think the best way to do it is by having just like extreme seasons of life. You have a stream season where you draw a lot and you only draw a lot and nothing else, no video games. And maybe you have a period where you only play video games and nothing else. But without guilt, without having to use like willpower and everything. So, but I don't think having balance will work. You need to be extreme. Oh yeah, the other day, like a few months ago, I was in another city. I was in the capital of my country, and I went to a mall. That was kind of weird, but it was like well, I went to that mall, and there was like an area where there were a bunch of paintings, ugly fucking paintings, mate. Like I don't want to be like an asshole, but they were genuinely like super bad paintings. Like a child could have made those paintings, and I don't mean like abstract paintings or anything. They were landscapes, but they were genuinely ass. They were trash. They were extremely horribly poorly done, and they were like on sale. They were selling those paintings, and they were absolutely expensive. They were expensive as shit. And I was like, what the fuck, bro? This has to be some sort of money laundering or something. Like, there's no way people actually buy this shit. Like, I know I'm being a bit of an asshole, but Jesus Christ, the price doesn't make sense. Yeah, it was just like a pretty ugly, poorly painted landscape that you could have done in like that you could do in like 5 minutes. Like so, ugh. I know it really is normal people that don't draw here because every time I'm drawing in public, people say the classic "Holy shit, you're like a god." I can't even draw a stick figure. And yeah, I'm still a bit sad because it would be nicer to have a bigger art community here. Yeah, it's the same thing here. I mean, people are a little bit brain dead here. At least where I live in my city. There aren't even like any figure drawing classes here or anything like sessions. It's funny because like one of these days, like a few months ago, I was at the gym and I saw a guy with a Kim Jong Il shirt. Like he had a drawing of Kim Jong Il on his shirt, and I was like, what the fuck? I was like so surprised because they don't even sell those shirts. So naturally, I went up to him and I strike a conversation because you know if I find a fellow artist, I want to make sure I make friends with him. You know. So we talked a bit, and you know he seems like he was an artist. He actually worked for like a video game for like a video game thing or something, like a video game studio. But he was a little bit of a I don't know, a little bit of a negative person. Even though like he was a good artist, he was still like, "Oh no, I could never do that. This is so hard. Like No, I'm drawing from imagination. No, I have to look at the pictures. I'm not giving you that. Bro, what? Where is your hope for the future? Yeah, I was surprised. I was like, Jesus, you don't see a lot of people like this here. They have a good taste for art. He was black pill. Holy shit! Yeah, he was like, no, that's not me. I don't have photographic memory, and I wanted to slap him because, well, bro, I don't, I was out of words. The worst thing is that like he's not like he's actually a good artist. He apparently draws a lot, and he gave me his Instagram and everything. But he's a bit of a, I want to say lazy. Like I even told him, hey, let's go out and draw together, and he told me, yeah, yeah, yeah. Like with the type of energy that he's not gonna come, and we never really met, so it was a bit sad, you know. Recently, I was talking with my driver. He's somewhere to have a driver here. I'm not rich, and I explained to him how animation and art works, and he didn't believe me. He thought cartoons just spawn. What? Yeah, they just spawn. They just materialize on the funny box, the cartoon box. It's the little people inside the TV. They're making the cartoons. He didn't think people had to draw every frame. No way. Do really people draw every single frame? You're telling me that the cartoons are not AI generated? I thought AI generated the frames. These are breaking news right here. Hot take: hyperrealism isn't that cool. It's just being a printer. Hyperrealism is actually pretty easy. Like it's not. Well, maybe I'm being a little bit arrogant here, but it's just not impressive, right? What I mean is that it's not like whoa, you're able to copy this to perfection. It's just like fucking boring. Like when people say, "Oh yeah, uh, I spent 8 months doing this drawing," and I'm like, "Holy shit! Why would you do that? Why?" And you see the same fucking like Instagram accounts. This is so funny. Whenever you see like one hyper realism account on social media or Instagram and stuff, they always post like the same two drawings. Like for like they make a drawing, right? And they post the shit out of the same drawing over and over again. It's like they can post the same drawing and make like 20 reels about the same thing. And they're like, "Oh yeah, I spent 8 months doing this." What's the point? Why? Why would you do that? That is the longest photograph ever. It's like, yeah, you might as well just take a fucking photo, man. And the worst part is that, yeah, you ask those people, "Oh, you can draw hyperrealism. Can you draw a body from imagination? Can you draw a face from imagination without looking at the cute photo?" They can't. They fucking can't. This is why I stopped, like, primarily focusing on painting, man. And this is the problem with, like, drawing should be, like, drawing from imagination should be the default. Because when you're not drawing from imagination, it's like, do you really have to look at a photo every time you draw? Like, that is so, like, okay, I understand that's, like, beginner stage, and it's, like, the way everybody starts. But it's so what's the word? It's so constraining. You mean? You know what I mean? It's just like not sexy. Just detail, and you can see the pores and acne on the face. Oh yeah, and every every single one of the drawings are just like sweating. They have to draw every fucking drop of sweat of people or people like with water or something, like people wet faces, like shiny everywhere, and it's just like it looks all the same. Yeah, yeah, it's just like pretty boring. Now, doing hyperrealism from imagination. Now we're talking. That is actually really. That is a completely different thing, right? That is something I do respect because I think you can count the people who can do that with the fingers of one hand. That is so fucking hard. Well, probably not. Of course, it's not. It's not impossible, right? It's like okay, just like um, it takes time, and you need to practice and train specifically for this. It's not impossible, but it's so fucking difficult, man. It's like okay, now we're talking. And it's really weird because it's so strange. You need to know a lot if you want to be able to draw or paint realism from imagination. You need to if you want to learn realism from imagination. Let me give you a quick guide on how to do it. You need to be good at painting. You need to be good at copying things. Like if you have a reference, imagine this is the reference. You need to be good at copying this one to one, like values and everything. You need to be good at that. You need to be able to do hyperrealism. That is one requisite, by the way. Ironically, even though we said that hyperrealism is boring, you need to be able to do that. Like, if you... we agree that it's boring, but you still need to be able to do it. It's like, I think it's boring, but I can do hyperrealism. I just don't do it because it's like, man, why would I spend so much time doing this? Now, you need to know how to paint realistically from a reference, and you also need to know how to draw from imagination. It's like combining everything, right? So if you only know how to paint, you won't be able to paint from imagination in a consistent way. If you only know how to draw and you don't know how to paint, you will not be able to paint from imagination or even draw realism, because you need to have a lot of knowledge on values. So you need to be good at painting from imagination. You need to be good at painting from reference and drawing from imagination. And then you will be able to do hyperrealism. Or, well, hyperrealism is a little strong. You know, hyperrealism from imagination is a little... I think that's like, yeah, pretty much demon level fucking skill right there. I think you genuinely would need to have photographic memory in order to do that, but I don't think it's impossible. I don't think if you purposely train for that, I think you can do it. Because it's just like, let's say you have this body. It's just like knowing how to render this from imagination in a realistic way. Actually, this is not gonna go well, but I'm gonna try to see if I can render it. I mean, it's just not impossible. Like, rendering it in a convincing way is not impossible. It's actually not even hard. But doing hyperrealism, that is a little trickier. You get my point? It's like not... That's another... Because you need to think of the lighting and everything. It's just... Should I, like, make, like, another layer? Like a multiply layer? If I wanted to try to paint this. Jesus, this is lagging so much. I'm not gonna be able to paint this if the brushes are not working. Oh, great. Now Photoshop fucking crashed. Please. Oh my god. Photoshop crashed, boys. I don't think I can do anything. Okay, we're back. We're back. But it's still boring. What even is the point of hyperrealism? I mean, you try to be a camera, it has zero expression, zero creativity. Yes, but from imagination, you can come up with whatever scenario you want. Whatever is in your head, you can replicate that, and like, even if it's in a photographic way, it's like, that doesn't change the fact that you came up with it. You get my point? Because, you know, drawing like a fucking alien hyper realistically from imagination, it has merit. It's actually the opposite. You need... I don't know how to convince you of this, but it's just like very hard. I genuinely think it's like a really good skill to have. Yeah, in terms of technical skill, is like, yeah, you know how to like values work and everything, but you know how to work with values and everything, but you know. So for example, let me show you a painting that I did from imagination. That I did last year from imagination. It's not hyper realistic. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I haven't practiced it enough. I'm not very good at painting from imagination because I haven't practiced it. I'm more focused on drawing from imagination. And in the end, this is the skill that's gonna get me there anyway. So, but let me show you. Oh, this is such a goofy drawing. I was doing it for fun. I wasn't even thinking what I was gonna draw or anything. Let me show it to you. Okay. Come on. Oh, Jesus. This is so slow. Ooh. Okay. This is... this is a painting. This is completely from imagination, by the way. This guy doesn't exist. um... And it's just like, yes, you do need to study a lot of faces, and you need to be good at copying. You need to do a lot of these studies, and also knowing how, understanding how light works and everything. So yeah, it takes way more skill. But at the same time, I think painting from imagination in some weird way, it's easier than drawing from imagination because of the fact that you can fake it more. So for example, in a weird way, here I didn't I was drawing the body, but I didn't have much idea of how the body worked. It may not seem like it because it looks fairly realistic, but I didn't have much idea of how it works. Like if you don't have much knowledge on how the body works, for example, you can fake it easier when you're painting than when you're drawing. Faking it when you're drawing is easier, but when you're painting, you can allow yourself to be more abstract. You can be more abstract and fake it way more. I like it personally. Oh yeah, I really like this one too. I mean, I think I did a good job with the face because I never do this, so that was like my attempt of like, okay, let me come up with like something uh, from memory, like see if I can like create an amalgamation of all the faces that I've painted. And it's a little abstract, it's not hyper realistic because you can see the brushstrokes and everything. But see, I was thinking, okay, I wanna try to come up with with something fun and I don't know. It's just like you can turn it into whatever ideas you want, whatever ideas you have, and you can do the same thing. Yeah, but you need to be good at drawing from imagination. From imagination, if you get good at that first, you're gonna be way better, way better, man. I'm telling you. Hmm. Yeah, you can fake the painting more. You can get away with different things because the medium is paint and things are usually more abstract. Exactly, yes. When you're drawing, your lines have to be extremely deliberate, and if you fuck up, it's gonna show. If you fuck up, if you have very little idea of what you're doing, it's going to show. No questions. It's going to show. So it's like whenever I'm painting, I like to go from subtle to not so subtle. Like progressively overload the level of contrast. I find Katsuya Terada's art style also very cool. Yeah, I love the guy too. I like the guy. I like the way he draws girls. been so long since I do painting. So, don't blame it on me if this looks like shit. Well, of course, blame it on me. Who else are you gonna blame for these ugly drawings? Paintings. I'm just kidding. It's gonna turn out amazing. I love using gym terms for art. Yeah, me too. So it's like, okay, the light has to be coming from here. Y'all, how the fuck can do this? Well, it's because... It is because I had to sell my soul. No, the values don't look good, right? Yeah, they should be... I don't really like this color. Or do I? I think I'm done pretending that I know what I'm doing. Luigi's not... Oh no. Oh, I thought you meant the stream crash or something. Don't scare me like that. No, I really don't like this color. I don't know what I'm doing. Let me just like skin tone here. Fuck me, I don't like this. Can you guys see me? Is the stream working alright? I'm fearing my computer is gonna like explode because it's really slow. I'm afraid it's lagging or something. Oh yes, I did. Okay, let's see. How can we do this? It's just about, you see, painting from imagination and painting in general is about adding highlights mostly. So you just need to I can't talk. You need to add highlights. And as long as you do that, you're gonna be good. Do you think visual library is important for drawing from imagination? Actually, no. You know, this may seem like one of those obvious questions that you might be like, oh, duh, obviously, yeah. But you'd be surprised. My answer would be no. I don't think visual library is even like as important as people think it is. Because it's not about... I am defeated. Look, it's not about the visual library. Because when you say visual library, you make it sound like you have like a photo gallery in your mind. And when you're drawing, you need to like try to remember them. But in reality, the library that you have is not visual. It's more like contextual. So I would kind of replace the term visual library for contextual library or some shit like that. I think it's more accurate because you're not using your photographic memory, you know? You are relying on contextual knowledge about a certain thing. So for example, the human body has 2 arms. You don't need photographic memory to understand that the human body has 2 arms, you know? what is the type of memory that you're using to remember that the human body has two arms? We can call it, yeah, contextual memory or something, right? At least I would call it that. So you need to do the same thing, but for everything else, you know, not only for the arms, for knowing how many fingers you have in your hand, but also how many bones you have on the ribcage. So, like, for example, you do know how many fingers you have in your hand, but it's way less likely that you know how many ribs you have on your ribcage. Yeah, basically knowledge, but it also, you can know something, but seeing it reinforces what you know. Right. Seeing it is important, obviously, but it's not so much visual memory like uh, when we think of like, oh yeah, I'm recalling images or something, you know. I don't know why I switched to painting randomly. Uh, I was enjoying my drawing session. I guess I just want to test myself. Jesus fucking Christ, a motorcycle. Man, I really draw huge torsos for no reason. There is a reason. Is that you lack knowledge on the proportions. So we're back at the same thing. Knowledge. If you are drawing the torso too big, or if you're drawing something too big, it's because you lack knowledge. It's not because you're bad at drawing, it's because you lack knowledge on that thing. I think it matters more about observation. Seeing something not for the purpose of remember it, but to understand it. Proportions, shapes. Well, you do need to see things with the purpose of memorizing them, but at the same time, you're trying to understand them. So it's kind of like the same thing, right? You're understanding them because you want to memorize them. What would you say is the important thing of drawing from imagination? Absolutely perspective. You should focus on perspective. And also perspective and anatomy. Only those two things, really. Basically, only those two things. Luigi did so far. I am sure 99% of artists in my country can't do. What? Painting? I don't think I'm doing a particular good job here because, again, I never practiced this. But I feel like I could be doing worse. Painting this from imagination. I just wanted to make like a quick demonstration. That's why I started monochromatic. But now that I want to kind of render it a little bit more, I'm starting to regret starting out like that. Because it's hard. It's harder. Now I need to like take some time to establish the hues and everything, so it doesn't look like boring and ugly and all that. I'm using the same brush that I use for drawing, by the way, for painting this. Well, not the exact same one because this one doesn't have pen pressure, like size. The size is always the same. But you get the point, it's the same brush. left my country, so my power just went off, so I can't watch the stream anymore. Oh, Jesus. I mean, do you got a good hand? Do you do you got a god hand, bro? Like, that's really amazing. It turned so marvelous. Oh, thanks. No matter how good my faces are, I do fuck up the hair 80% of the time. You know, when it comes to the faces and the hair, you also need to memorize that. The same way you do anatomy is the same. If you don't take proper care to memorize hairstyles and everything, you're gonna have a hard time, of course. Oh, this fucking dog. I drew such a good hand, but I'm sure the file corrupted. I'm gonna be honest with you. Photoshop, you can hate Photoshop for so many reasons, but it is extremely reliable. And whenever it crashes, which is very rarely, um, it automatically saves the file. This is something I love about using Photoshop. You can shit on it, but it doesn't like lose your file. Never happening. It looks pretty ugly when you. Can I just. What? Oh, you're right. Um, I think that kind of pisses off YouTube a little. But that's not even the reason why the stream got like age restricted. That's what pisses me off. But remember, always use the Russian websites if you wanna do it. You can find it on Reddit r/piracy, which is wrong. Don't do it. Never pirate. Never pirate Photoshop. Okay. No, it's because I joked about. I made a stupid. I think it's because of it. Because I said something stupid like, "Oh, I wanna end it," and I don't mean the stream. And I believe I believe the fucking YouTube like age restricted me for that. Uh, why can't I copy this? Oh, yeah, I'm stupid. Okay. I want to just like make a separate uh, copy here to try to render this one separately. Oh, this is gonna be hard. No lines, just straight up pain. Not pain, not paint, pain. Straight up pain. You can't spell paint without pain. Yes, don't go to r/Reddit, like r/piracy on Reddit and find Photoshop there. Don't do that. That would be very wrong. How dare you stealing from a multi-millionaire scummy company? Couldn't be me. Again, I don't know why I'm doing this. It's not even looking that good. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if I like this, bro. The bird from the memes is where Luigi is. Well, no, that's so funny. What? What bird? Okay, I'm calling this fucking failure. I didn't even. What was I even trying to do here? Oh yeah, I can hear a bird sometimes. Uh, but I think the motorcycles are more annoying here. I mean, I guess I'm desensitized at this point. There's so much noise all over the place all the time. Now it's just that the way you start a painting is really important. I started with very muddy colors, and I really I hate the way the colors look. Rendering is easy, like the light and dark, but it's like I started with really muddy colors. I should have like started with a. Fuck me, I don't want to do this again, but I'm having like an idea in mind. I think I don't know what meme you're talking about, but I am assuming it's based on a real bird. So doesn't that make sense? Okay, so I wanna grab you. You wanna grab like yeah. I want it to be more like this. It's not like muddy. This doesn't look like skin tonish at all. But I wasn't expecting again to use skin tones. Like I was even gonna use black and white, which wouldn't be like horrible. Like black and white, at least it looks better than this. But it's just like you want to use like a more skin-like looking color, more like fleshy color, you know, especially like maybe for like a woman, you know, that looks more like. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, now with this skin tone, now I can use the blue that I wanted. Maybe a little brighter. Oh, this is not the blue, but I'll add it soon. Yeah, yes, skin tones for imagination. I think it's the hardest part of painting from like bodies and people from memory. It's the skin tones, nothing else. The rest rendering is like easy. Look, if you know how to render a sphere, you know how to paint from imagination. That's all you need to know. Doesn't have any like too much science to it. It's just like when painting, are you thinking about the figure as planes? Brr, I should. No, yes, I'm thinking of the planes. I'm thinking of the planes, but I'm not thinking like I'm not doing very hard transitions on the planes because maybe it's not a bad thing to do that in the beginning. But it gets a little unrealistic, because you don't have those super hard transitions and planes being defined so harshly in real life. Okay, now I can use the blue that I wanted. Hopefully it looks good. Nah, I don't like it. Maybe just a hint of it. Uh, establish light and shadow separation, even though it's hard edges and the skin is smooth. Yes, I'm thinking of like um, the hard edges that I'm gonna be painting. For example, we have a hard edge here, and we kind of just blend it. So we just created volume. We just created depth here by doing this. But you have to do it progressively. Otherwise, it's gonna look too rough. Transition is gonna look very sudden and ugly. So you need to be careful. Need to be real careful with that. This stream really made me watch a video called 25 iconic bird sounds just to find the bird. What the hell are you talking about? Jesus. Yes, I guess it's just like there are so many motorcycles and loud cars and music here that I'm just desensitized to the noise, and I'm like, what bird? Was somebody killed on the street? What? Can't hear it. I remember I used to spam highlights, and I always use it in the beginning instead of waiting. In some way, that's not a bad idea if you know what you're doing. Kind of, but yeah, it's like I just added using like layers, like kind of adding it by layers in some fashion. It's a little hard to explain, but well, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Look, because if you're a watercolor artist, for example, you're gonna have to add them in the beginning, the highlights. So you can. It just takes a little bit more thought to do that beforehand. Yeah, so I made the lighting not so strong here. These are some watercolor looking highlights right here. But I don't want to go super strong with it. Skin looks like skin. Yeah, it looks more fleshy now. Because these are actual skin tones. Now that you see, like the way that the way that you begin the painting defines pretty much everything. So if you fuck it up in the beginning, well, I didn't fuck it up. It was intentional, right? It was intentional. I'm not coping. I promise. Because I wanted to like just kind of showcase the actual rendering, not the colors. But it does affect the overall thing. So you need to be careful there. Too careful there. Need to be careful there. Yeah, and I don't really paint. Like, the last time I painted was like a month ago, I think. A little bit less. I only paint for like whenever people ask me to do like a paint over. Whenever some of my students who are doing painting ask me, hey, can you do a paint over of this? And I'm like, okay, yeah. It's like second nature to me. It doesn't like, doesn't bother me. GTA 6 pre-orders just dropped. GTA 6. What is that? What is a GTA 6? Man, in all seriousness, well, I don't know. I don't even have a computer that runs the game anyway, so I don't really give a fuck about the game. Yes, yes. I know. I know. I know it's a game. I know. I know. I'm not so chronically offline. I know that GTA 6 is coming. It's GTA, not GT6. GTA 6. Grand Theft Auto. This is why it's GTA. It's GTA because it's Grand Theft Auto, not GT. Grand Theft. Grand Theft of fucking what? Grand Theft of cupcakes. Yeah, you better apologize. That is a very serious offense you did right there. I don't know why I'm spending so much time painting. This is supposed to be a painting stream. It's console exclusive and I only have a PC. I don't even have a PC. What do you think of that? Yes, painting is very fun. What color do I use for this? Oh, I like this color. Big bird. I don't know, I can't hear it. Sometimes I think I'm drawing and then I wake up. That also happens to me sometimes. It's like in those periods where you're like half asleep, half awake. I kind of dream like I'm drawing. Oh man, I think if I say my unpopular opinions, they're gonna take down this video. This stream. No, I have plenty actually. I think most men are weak-minded. And weak in general. I think men should focus on being stronger instead of like being entertained and stimulated. Developing character and discipline. Instead of playing fucking GTA 6 all day. I'm not gonna attack you if you do it. But I just think you should. Guys, why are you talking about birds? The only thing I'm hearing is the fucking dog barking all day and night. Even with loud music, headphones, whatever, I still hear it. I kind of like this one way better. I low-key genuinely like this one better. Although it still looks a little muddy, and I don't know. Ah, I don't know. I don't know how to fix that, honestly. I don't know why the fuck. What's up, brother? I think it's looking good, but again, it's like, what time is it? Oh, it's already 9:15. You know what that means? 9:15. Then I'm gonna make another drawing and I'm gonna fuck off because it's too late. Oh, I think I know why I'm struggling so much with the skin tones. It's because I'm using a multiply layer. It's just a little harder. It's just a little harder to, you know. The colors are different. Like it displays in a different way than when I choose it. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, that's why I like just taking off the thing and or like lowering the opacity of the lines, like this. No, not this way. The other way around, like this. No, I can't. I can't do it. I can't do it. Oh no, wait. I think I can, but I just need to. I need to grab this and like this. This would be perfect. But it looks okay. It looks okay. It looks alright. I don't hate it. Okay, let's continue with the drawing because we haven't been drawing too much. Yeah, maybe I can post the painting. Maybe I can post the thing is, well, I'm not very. You know, painting is not so much my thing, so I'm not very excited to get too much into that, and it already kind of annoys me that people recognize me for painting. Well, it doesn't annoy me. It's just like, man, I've been drawing for like months already. Stopped doing painting and just still, yeah. I already gave this guy. I already gave Bill Cipher glass, not glasses. Glass. Yes. Okay. Let's lock in. I don't want to go and do other stuff. Bro, it's just easier if you switch to Photoshop, you know? It doesn't, it's not gonna corrupt if you do it. Hmm. I'll give. I'll have to give Photoshop a try. Do it. Import 3D models. Have you guys tried sculpting before? I did. I think sculpting is also very related to doing things with such an intention and understanding of everything. Or at least that's my theory. I don't know. I haven't gotten into it too much. I didn't really do sculpting, however, it's similar to painting. We both tried to make a believable form. I tried this program called Nomad Sculpt back then on my iPad, and I found it a little weird. It's like, no, no, I just didn't get used to the tools. And I also try to use Blender and all of this like Z brush I think and all of these weird programs, but Jesus, they're too hard to use. And I was like, no, 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 I can't be bothered to learn to do this. But then I was like, I would look at people sculpting on Instagram, and it kind of just shows that they have a lot of knowledge on the human body. Is not only like, oh yeah, you're copying. Of course, you can't copy. You actually need to know what you're doing. That reminds me of the show I watched. It's called Arcane, and it's 3D. Was that like all animated in 3D, or how was it? Like I haven't really seen the movie. Oh, it's a show. It's not a movie, right? Sorry, I'm too ignorant. I thought it was a movie. Watching a show is too much for me nowadays. It's like way too much. I can't do it. I honestly didn't realize how they did it because I was watching like a few days ago. I was watching some clips of Arcane, and I thought it was like uh, painted by hand. I don't know. Let's see. Let me actually look it up. I'm kind of curious to see it again. No, yeah, I mean it's pretty obvious that it's 3D, and I particularly liked how they like preserved like yeah the comic book style. Like, yeah, it looks very comic booky. It's just like pretty nice. Um, Yeah, it's not. I suppose it was like really fucking hard. That's why. That's why I suppose. Well, why I assumed it was a movie. Because I thought, Jesus, man, fucking show the whole show animated like this is like Jesus, huge. Three streamers I watched started streaming just now. Here on YouTube or oh fuck, I didn't set up the Twitch dual stream thing. I need to do that. I want to do it tomorrow, but I think I'll forget again. And I don't know. I'm too lazy to do it right now. Yeah, I think people don't use YouTube for like watching streams really. Like I haven't seen any like streams or anything. Like where does even YouTube recommend you like streams, man? So weird. But unless you know the creator, it's like weird, for new people to stumble upon new streams like this, I guess. If you don't know the person beforehand. What's that noise? Um, I unfollowed all streamers that weren't art related. Yeah, I did the same thing for Instagram. I ended up unfollowing everyone that is not art related, and even then, the people who are art related, I ended up muting everyone as well, just for the sake of my sanity, I guess. Yeah, man, it's being good at your goals is, if you want a good metric to whether you're going to really be successful, you need to look at the things that you've sacrificed. What things have you sacrificed? Relationships, habits, comfort. Comfort in particular, man. It's a big one. You're gonna miss out on a lot of things. That's the price. Being the best in the world is not free. Does not come free. Mm. Hi guys. Guys. Uh, haircuts. Haircuts. Okay. I don't like this brown color. I don't know why I'm using it. Luigi, what's your sleeping schedule like? Uh, Ideally, I go to sleep at 8 p.m. and I wake up at 3. Ideally, because a lot of times I say ideally because a lot of times I don't do it. Oh, this is. I'm currently sleeping at 9 a.m. and I wake up at 5. Brother, what? You need to get your shit together. Like I used to have the same sleeping schedule. I used to go to bed at 9 a.m. when I used to be a video gamer. But Jesus Christ, that is way too much. You need to pull an all nighter, is what they call it. An all nighter. You try to survive the entire. Yeah. Maybe I wanted to give this girl a helmet, like a military helmet. What if I give her like a face mask? I used to practice giving my characters stuff. Stuff. Random stuff is better than no stuff. You get my point? I like that my faces are starting to look like people. Like, if I told you this was based on a real person, you would believe me. This is why learning proportions is so important. Learn proportions. Yeah, bro. Gotta take care of yourself. Yeah, for real. I always thought like for me the reason why I'm starting like I was talking with one of my students and he told me, "Oh, you are just now starting to push proportions." And now I'm starting to get it because I was like, I always talked about proportions, but I was always telling people, yeah, proportions are part of learning anatomy, So I didn't see it as a separate thing. And I still don't see it as a separate thing, but I think people learn better if they see it as a separate thing from anatomy, which it isn't really. It's the same thing from anatomy. It's part of anatomy. You can't learn proportions without learning anatomy. But I think people learn better if they kind of not think about it. Wait, I just found out you can pop out YouTube chat. What does that mean? How do you pop out the YouTube chat? Why would you want to do that? My drawings are starting to look like Macarios. For some reason, whenever I render faces, I'm always reminded of him. Weird helmet. Wouldn't be a bad idea to give her like a hat or something. I'm gonna tell Macari you're stealing his powers. He knows. He knows. You don't have to tell him. Actually, I wanted to meet with him a few weeks ago, but he wasn't in the city, so I was like, fuck. Because I was still traveling, and I was like, I was gonna pass by. So I don't think I'll ever see him again because I think he's moving to San Francisco or some bullshit, some random place, some weird place in America. By the way, pretty random, but China is starting to look like a nice place to go. Jesus Christ. That's until you post a picture of Winnie the Pooh. Then everything goes to shit. Ah. Yeah, you should be very careful. Like, in all seriousness, you should be very careful with the stuff that you see online because, in the end, your thoughts. There is a quote from like someone I don't remember. Your thoughts go where, like, your attention goes where you become what your thoughts, what your attention. You get my point, right? Where your attention is, that's what you end up becoming. So much fucking noise for the. That's my alarm. Okay, guys, I think that's enough for today. Because too late. Gotta go. Gotta go now. It was fun. It was painful. Today was really, really fucking painful. Yes, you guys keep drawing. I'll keep on working because I need to eat. I can't just survive on fucking passion. I actually need to work on my passion still. I really like this. But stuff that needs to be done. So, thank you for watching. I appreciate you guys. The but I'm thinking, should I like stream on the weekends? Because I think I'm gonna still stream in the weekends. I kind of want to because I still need to like produce some stuff. Oh, I just noticed my camera's kind of lagging a little. Because it's not, I don't have any vacations, bro. I still want to draw in the weekends and everything, so I might as well record it. I think it's gonna be alright. Anyways. Yeah, I need to do the Twitch thing. Bro, if my computer is lagging like crazy by just streaming on YouTube, I hope I just hope it doesn't like fuck me up too much. Anyways. See you guys.